Right, good evening once again, everybody. We will at this time reconvene to open session. We have all 5 trustees in the boardroom now. We'll begin with a flag salute. Today, Trustee Howe, can you please lead us in the flag salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Trustee Nguyen, can you help us with the district mission statement?
Yes, the Berryessa Union School District provides all students the skills to become lifelong learners and successful 21st century global citizens.
Thank you for that. Trustee Buak, can you please help us with the norms of the Board of Trustees?
Yes, the Berryessa Union School District Board of Trustees agree to focus on the best interest of students at all times, be respectful, listen openly, address problems and process, not persons, keep each other informed, maintain confidentiality, work toward the future, learn from the past, equal participation from all members, stay on task.
Thank you for that. Now we will go over the disclosure of action taken in the closed session. Uh, There are two actions Dr. Fuentes will cover. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see here. With respect to closed session agenda item 2A, the board voted 5-0 to approve the settlements reached by the district's joint powers authority on the district's behalf in the following matters. John Doe versus Berryessa USD, claim dated June 20th, 2023. John Doe 2 versus Berryessa USD, filed on August 31st, 2022. John Doe versus Berryessa USD, filed on July 14th, 2022, and John Doe 3 versus Berryessa USD, filed on February 10, 2023. Also, there is a second item with respect to closed session agenda item 2D, pursuant to Education Code Section 44929.21. The board voted to approve the non-reelection of a probationary certificated employee with employee number 805047. The vote was unanimous.
Thank you for that. And with the item number 2B under student discipline and other student confidential matters, there were 2 actions taken during closed session.
There were 2 items reviewed.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. There were 2 items reviewed during closed session. And I understand there is a speaker for one of those items under 2B. I'd like to invite Mauricio from New Beginnings to come up and speak on behalf. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mauricio from New Beginnings.
You need to press the button there.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
All right. My name is Mauricio, and I'm from New Beginnings. And I'm going to ask that we reschedule, at least give us a chance, because apparently we're supposed to be here at 5:30, but the notices that we all received said for us to be here at 6. You'll have your closed session, and then at 7 we get to speak. So there was a hearing at 5:30 we weren't even notified of. So I'm asking that we can reschedule so that he gets his, I mean, it's just right. You can't just say, oh, we made a decision when you guys didn't give us the right paperwork. I showed it to Joseph, and he's seen that we did not get the proper paperwork. So can we reschedule that hearing? Can we come in tomorrow? Because we wanted to speak for this young man. Not right now. We're stuck with whatever at a certain time frame. We should have had to sit down and went over this like how it's supposed to be.
Thank you. We appreciate your comment, Dr. McCurry. For the process of expulsion hearing, the hearing did already occur with all parties invited. And then in terms of the family being able to have in-person conversation with the board, that's separate from public comment. Being able to come in and speak to the board, was there a request made?
No. But we did send a letter to let him and the family know that the time frame was to come at 6 o'clock, not 5:30. And so that was what he mentioned was the mix-up for the confusion.
In terms of requesting to meet with the board,
To hear the outcome of the
to
decision.
hear the outcome. And we haven't announced that outcome, sir.
Okay. So at 5:30, there wasn't a chance for us to sit down and say our part or do any of that?
So that's a public comment opportunity at 5:30. If the family wants to request to come into closed session to meet with the board to have a one-on-one regarding their child's situation, that request has to be submitted to Ed Services beforehand.
We were never notified of any. Only thing I said is we got a
Mhm.
notice to set for us to be here now, and that's why we're here now. So if we don't like the decision, is there an appeal process? Is there something we can do?
There is an appeals process, yes,
Okay, cool. Thank you guys for your time.
yes.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. And regarding the item 2B, there are two.
We also had another speaker too. She turned in her card.
Patience? Yes.
Hello, how are you all doing? Yes, I'm in agreement with Mauricio about the family wasn't educated on the process, and we weren't educated on the process about the meeting at 5:30. And I think it's important that we look at this and humanize this process, because this is a person's whole life that could be affected, and the trajectory of his life could change by an expulsion and being put into a type of schooling setting where it's not conducive to his learning. And I'm asking that you all consider that and not just, be about policy procedure and, very stoic about the situation. So please take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
So you continue with this, and it's the board's discretion on how they motion.
All right. There were two items under section 2B to be reviewed. The number one is the board considered the expulsion for student matter number 716-28833 in closed session, and have discussed the recommendation for expulsion. The board will now take a vote to approve or deny the expulsion. Is there a motion in favor of the expulsion for student number 716-28833?
I actually have a question. Should I ask a question before there's a motion?
You can have discussion at this time.
Okay, yeah, so I hear your concern. So I was wondering if is it a violation of any district policy for us to, after our open session, go back into closed session, listen to them, and then come back and take a vote?
That is definitely an option that the board has available to them.
That would be my suggestion. So would I need to make a motion for that, or?
Your
I
chair
guess-
will call a motion for to adjourn once again to closed session.
Well, I mean, I was thinking after our open session, if you guys
Oh,
don't
you
mind.
want to go back to closed session after we complete
Yeah,
the
yeah.
meeting
So that
before
would be-
adjournment? I see.
So we would finish our open session, go back into closed session, discuss the item again with your comments, and then come back and vote if everybody's okay with that.
One thing I do want to verify, and we can make a call, is typically the individual that has the opportunity to come into closed session to speak on a student case is their parent, is their guardian. And we would have to know that we have his parent present. Okay, perfect. I didn't see you there. So excellent. So parent is here. So long as parent can attend, then we're fine to do that.
So,
Oh, yeah, no, I would support that motion. I also just wanted to ask on behalf of the parents' schedule as well, like typically our meetings go until like 9 p.m. Does that work for? Okay, great.
All right, so then we will table this
You can table the
action,
first one.
the first action, until we
Reconvene.
reconvene after our second closed session. All right, okay?
I'm sorry. What new information was provided? I'm not sure about. Are new comments going to be given to us?
So the parents feel they were not given right information or explain the process
So are
clearly.
someone
after
to give us
hearing.
new comments right now, or how's this process going to work?
So the parent is here in the audience
Okay.
with us today. They do have the opportunity to speak with the board on behalf of their student case. We hadn't
Oh,
received.
in closed session.
In closed session,
Okay, got
correct.
it.
So that's why we would reconvene.
Okay.
Mhm.
Any other questions on the first item? All right, okay. All right, we will move forward with the second item on the item 2B for student discipline and other confidential student matters. Number 2 is the board also considered the expulsion for student matter number 7164182 in closed session, and have discussed the recommendation for suspended expulsion. The board will now take a vote to approve or deny the suspended expulsion. Is there a motion in favor of suspended expulsion for student number 7164182?
I just want to clarify. This is the case that's not for this parent.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a motion? Is that a motion, Trustee Nguyen?
I move.
Is there a second?
second?
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstains? None. And the chair votes in favor also. And the motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much for your cooperation. All right. Let's go. All right. So item E is adoption of agenda. I understand there's a minor adjustment to the agenda presented.
Correct.
Mhm.
Let me get that. Here it is. In regards to, there is an amendment to the attachment for agenda item 15D1, the Measure U implementation plan. The revision took place on page number 14. There was an error there in terms of the funding allotment. It was missing, so it's now present there. Our attachment has been updated. You have a revision in front of you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda with the said modification?
Move to adopt?
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The agenda has been adopted. Thank you so much. We have nothing under recognition ceremonial. Public comments and consent calendar agenda items. Do we have any public comments? Is there a public comment?
No, this is on non-agenda.
Non-agenda, all right. If you don't have any public comments and consent calendar agenda items, with that, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Thank
I'll
you.
second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. There are no questions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstains? None. Consent calendar has been approved 5-0. Thank you. All right, next is the comments from public on non-agenda items. And I believe we have one speaker today. Before we call up the speaker, just to review the speaker conduct for all those who wish to address the board during the public comment periods. Speakers are requested to state your name and affiliation for the record. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board, 5 minutes per organization, and a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. Speakers are reminded to communicate with respect, fairness, and courteousness to each other and to all present. You are reminded not to use the name of any district employee in your comments. The board welcomes orderly communication from the public. With that, I will welcome Jeremiah, sorry, Aisha, to come up and give her comments, please. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alicia Jimenez. I'm Jeremiah Martinez's mother. Excuse me. So this is all new to me. I never stand in front of, this is all new to me. This is all new to my son. He is my oldest. I just want to share his characteristic at home with his brothers and sisters, how he is. Loving heart. You don't have it, he gives. At his school that he goes to, I am concerned about his education, number one. And I know all of you guys are here just for the kids, for education. Because without education, no one wants to work at McDonald's. We need good income. So I'm trying to succeed and trying to have a better success for my two boys. But we're here for Jeremiah. So first of all, he is not in the proper learning environment. That's the number one. He goes to Liberty, which is once a week. That is my concern. He needs to go to public schools. He needs to get educated into a classroom. It's never been a problem with him. Never. As a mother, as a teacher's aide myself, I work with kids also. And I know some boys and girls have difficulties or a lot of stuff in their lives, and there's other problems in teachers' lives, parents' lives, and stuff like that, you know. So I feel like that he needs structure. I feel like it's a lack of communication between the school and myself. Communication, but school is not communicating back effectively. I'm not getting no response. I'm not getting no emails. No one's asking, how's Jeremiah doing? Where's his education? You know, I just feel like in all this is that it's taking a toll in my life and in my son's life. We make mistakes. I feel like he needs a second chance to become a kid, to become successful. Because I know that's all you guys want to become successful in school. He's not going to school, you guys. Excuse me if I don't know how to speak correctly, or right now I'm nervous. I'm just speaking for my son's behalf. My son needs his education. I don't want my son going to school or independent studies Mondays for 2 hours. I mean, we need our kids to get educated. Am I right? Am I right? I'm asking for proper consequences since it's the first time incident ever. This is an incident we all have learned from. I've learned from as a parent, as a mother, as a friend. He's learned that it's really hard for him too, because he's not going to school. So going backwards is the education, I think, is more important than anything else, is the education. And my thing is, no one's reached out to me for his education. I don't have a tutor. I don't have a tutor to tutor him. I could tutor him, but there's no one out from the school district on how's Jeremiah doing. Is he going to school? Which he's going to school, but that's only Mondays. You know, I mean, I know all of you guys want your students or your kids to go to school every day. And we tell our kids school is important every day. Come to school, and he's not going to school. I feel like that my son needs a second chance. He's a great kid, big heart. He's very smart. And he's a teenager. You know, I mean, I don't know what he's going through. It's taking a toll on him too. I'm just very frustrated at the point where my son needs to go to school for his education. That's all. He needs to just go to school. And yeah, I just want to say thank you. Hope you guys make the right choice and decision, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
comments. All right, moving forward to item number 10, reports and presentation. Item A, Measure U, Independent Citizens Bond Oversight Committee Annual Report. Dr. Fuentes?
Yes, thank you. With this, I would like to invite Frank Cancilla, our chairperson of our CBOC committee, who will provide our annual report. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Education and citizen of the Berryessa Business Unit School District. I'm going to talk about, see what happens when you run the Berryessa Business Association, you get the two words confused. Anyway, sorry about that. I am pleased to present to you the 2022 and 2023 annual report of the Measure L NU Citizen Board Oversight Committee, covering the period of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. The annual report is submitted to the Berryessa Unit School District Board of Direct Education and local district residents to the Berryessa Unit School District Measure L and U Citizen Board Oversight Committee on fulfillment of its role and specified by law. The primary duties of the committees are review bond expenditure to ensure that proceeds have been expended to the purpose outlined in Measure L and U. Inform the public concerning the district expenditure of bond proceeds, present to the district governing board an annual report of the committee proceeding and activities of the previous year, provide a statement indicating whether the district complies with the board requirements. The annual report includes highlights and status updates of project that will prolong the district facilities life and improvement its students' learning experience. The committee relied on the annual performance and financial audit conducted by NIGRO, which disclosed no instances of non-compliance with the terms of Proposition 39 or Measure L and U. The committee is pleased to report that, to the best of our knowledge, the Berryessa Unit School District is in full compliance with the responsibilities described in Article 13A, Section 1, B3 of the California State Constitution. Thank you very much for the report. Hopefully, anyone have any questions, anything by any chance?
Any questions from the board? Thank you for your service.
Thank you for giving the opportunity to give the report.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Great. Item B is Measure L and Measure U Construction Bond Program Update. Dr. Fuentes.
Thank you. And with that, we welcome Mr. Tony Conestab, our Director of Bond Facilities, to provide his monthly report.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, back there. Okay, so again, we're going to talk about Measure L and Measure U. I'll give you a quick update. Again, this is an aerial view of Toyon. Oops. Again, we'll go through updates of Measure L and Measure U. For Measure L, next month we'll actually give the opportunity to the board to review how we're going to spend the remaining funds for Measure L. And I think we have about $350,000 left. So we have some different ideas for you guys to pick from. Some of the things we did look at, we did actually look at Cherrywood for the parking barriers. So Cherrywood and I think Vincy Park are the only two schools that we have to add them. The rest of them are fine. Moving on to Measure U, again, in progress. We're working on the Piedmont landscaping. And again, we're just waiting for the site electrical because we're waiting for the panel to install the new electrical for the portables. Again, exterior doors. Now that it's getting warmer out, we're going to be able to start putting on more and more door numbers. In the meantime, they've been putting on basically the metal plaques wherever we can. But the door numbers, because it was so cold, they were easy to peel off. So we've been waiting to do that until it's starting to warm up. Again, the PA replacement has started at Piedmont. And as soon as they're done there, they'll be moving on to Morel. Again, we're hope to have those done by the end of June, I believe. Moving on to the security, again, Piedmont, they're almost complete with Piedmont. We should be able to get the old system off and the new one on within the next month. There's a few things, now that everything's up, we just need to talk to the staff about how they want to zone certain areas and things like that. But again, that's looking pretty good. And I think they were able to install Piedmont in 2 weeks. So it went pretty well. The restroom project at Toyon, again, that's moving along pretty well. That should be done pretty soon. I know they got a lot of work done over the break. They did all the water connections they need. Now they're just trying to tie up the walls and do finishes. Again, the fire alarm replacement at Brooktree, Majestic Way, and Summerdale, we hope to have all those transferred over at the spring break. So they'll have new systems, and then Noble will be finished during the summer. Things that we're going to be bidding in the next month are the exterior windows for Piedmont, the district office, the old district office at Piedmont, 1736, we're going to do the roofing, and we've also split out the HVAC system. Things we have in design are the next phase of the fire alarm projects, the warehouse replacement. I think we've finally gotten to a point where we've agreed with the architect on costs, so we can start to move forward with those. So we'll start design and hope to bring their contract to the board next month. Exterior signs for all the schools, we're going to go out to bid this month. So hopefully I think at the May board meeting, we'll be able to have numbers for that. The PA system and security for all the other schools, we're working on that. And again, probably by May, we'll have some more bids that we can actually bring to board for approval for the next phase of that. Exterior windows, that's actually, even though we have it out to bid, that's actually still at DSA. We're waiting for their comments, but we actually put it out to bid so that we can actually bid it and get things going this summer. Plus, they're actually requiring us to do ADA access because we're adding windows to the project. So basically, we have to spend 20% of our budget on some sort of ADA access, which we haven't determined yet. We're waiting to have them give us comments so that we can respond to them. And then the last thing is the comprehensive infrastructure renewal and utility assessment. We should have the results in about 3 weeks. So then maybe at the next board meeting, we'll be able to present something, but by May for sure. And then some pictures. Again, this is the restroom at Toyon. Again, where they've taken and torn out most of the concrete. Again, this is the insides of the bathrooms. This is one of the restrooms. At first, I wasn't sure what these were, but this is one restroom, and this is the other restroom. And then this is just a schedule of how we're going to complete the rest of the project we have in progress right now. Do we have any questions?
Any questions on the board? It's curious about the window, Piedmont middle window. Is that the funds for that is coming from the grant?
Yes, exactly.
And what is the significance of the ADA for the windows? Is it that?
So typically, when you do a project with the state architect, they require a certain amount to be spent on ADA access. There are certain projects that are exempt from that. We were hoping they were going to, like the fire alarm projects, we weren't required to do any ADA access. We were hoping they would exempt that with the windows, but they've come back and said they want us to do basically $200,000 worth of work on ADA access. That could be redoing restrooms, that could be sidewalks, path of travel.
I got it.
So and the problem is Piedmont doesn't really have a lot that we have to do.
Yeah.
So that's why we're waiting for them to see what they kind of want us to do, and then we'll go and respond back to them.
Okay. I apologize. I was thinking ADA access as far as windows are concerned, but it's just general ADA.
It's just general. So any
improvements.
project you do, they require you to do 20% of whatever it is.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
I have a question. Councilmember Cohen, kill me if I didn't ask. Can we plant some trees? I saw landscaping at Piedmont by the gym. Any chance to plant some trees in that area?
Yeah, I think.
I found a spot for 20 trees.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah?
exactly.
All right. At Piedmont?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll let him know. He'll be thrilled.
Oh, one more quick question. When is the report back on the climate resiliency investigation that they're doing? Just
So
curious. When
in about 3 weeks.
3 weeks? Okay,
So
great.
they're gonna send us something and then we'll review it with them and we'll go from there.
Perfect. Any other questions on the board? All right.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving ahead, item 11 is Superintendent's Report. Dr. Fuentes.
Thank you. This past month, our district's been filled with lots of activities, lots of good things happening with our students. First, I want to give a big congratulations, and we'll do a more formal celebration to Murrill Middle School that got identified as a California Distinguished School for 2024. So, really proud of the Murrill community and all the hard work. This is a back-to-back success for them. They also were recognized as a California Distinguished School in 2022. So, a lot to celebrate. They'll be recognized by the state in the month of May down in Southern California, and we'll also do our own recognitions here at home. In addition, many of our middle schools are launching their Career Day this month. Career Day last week, I know many of you were out and about at Sierramont Middle School and their Career Day. Just want to give a big thank you to all of the staff that coordinated that event for students, as well as to all of our community members that take the time to volunteer and come and share with our students the different careers that they have enjoyed and what's the path to getting there. So tomorrow we'll be able to have that similar experience over at Piedmont Middle School for their Career Day celebration. In addition, this month we've had Read Across America was celebrated. So lots of great activities happening around that, especially at our elementary sites. I know I had the opportunity to read aloud at Majestic Way and also provide a video recording of a reading to Northwood Elementary. They did their activities a little different and did some video casting for their students every day during Read Across America week. So lots of good stuff. Continuing to highlight the importance of literacy and just the love of reading and helping our children foster that, from our preschool age all the way up. In addition, Dr. McCurry and I have begun our LCAP outreach with our students. So we started that this week, meeting with all of students 3rd grade through 8th grade at each elementary and middle school site. So getting our students' input regarding their school experience, their learning, things that they feel are great at their school, but also things that they feel need improvements, what we can do better. Also asking students about support services that they're familiar with, wanting to make sure they know all those access points that they have during their school day. We get lots of input on cafeteria menu choices and additional playground equipment and all of those good things that are important to them so that they enjoy their schooling each day. So just started that this week, and we have that scheduled out for the next few weeks. In addition, Kevin Franklin, our assistant soup of business, and I have been working with all of our potential partners to assist us with our school consolidation process. We will be launching that work this next few weeks, starting with putting together a committee. So we will be doing outreach across our community to find those that are interested in being part of that process, which will be lengthy. So this is just the start of it. We'll provide the board more information, most likely our next board meeting, of what that timeline will be and the process for creating that committee to do that very important work. And then lastly, we have another break just around the corner. So knowing at the end of this month, our students will be off for a spring break. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Dr. Fuentes. Are there any comments or announcements from the board? Trustee Hub.
Oh, I just have a quick one. So I actually reached out to our state and congressional offices this past week because I saw Simone at I believe it was the CSBA legislative update, and the federal government actually does have some earmarks available. And so I sent and this is to just FYI to the board and the community, I sent that information to our superintendent and Kevin as well, just making sure that, we could be a part of this process. It's something that I completely forgot was something that they do. And so they're starting the process for next fiscal year 2025. It should be in the next couple of months, but it's something to just keep our heads up for. And I also found a couple of federal grants that we may be eligible for. So I'm just going to send that forward and let you all know that that's there. Sometimes these governmental agencies have just random grants lying around. And so I would encourage the rest of the board to, if you see any, or if you stumble upon Rokana at an event, always nudge and ask, so more funding is always great for the district. So yeah.
Thank you for that tip. I'll keep that in mind. Anything else on the board? All right. Seeing none, the next item with action is under item 15, review and action. Item A under that is 2024 CSBA Region 20 Delegate Assembly elections. Dr. Fuentes, it's for us.
Thank you. At this point, the board has the opportunity to select 4 representatives to CSBA's Delegate Assembly for Region 20, which is the region of Santa Clara County. There are 5 candidates that are interested in this position. You have a candidate from Sunnyvale School District, Santa Clara Unified, Cambrian, and 2 candidates from Los Altos. You have that listing in front of you. So at this point, we are seeking the board's input to select 4 out of the 5 that we can provide back to CSBA as our selection.
Right.
So we can select up to 4, right? We don't have to select 4 if.
Correct, up to 4.
Okay. Well, my selection is Jody Muirhead from Santa Clara.
My selection is Carol Presunca of Cambrian.
I would advocate for Trustee Jody Muirhead as well as Trustee Vishali Sirkai. Vishali is actually really great. She's really advocating for, racial justice, the promotion of racial justice at her school district. And I have worked with her before, and even though she's not an incumbent, she has a really great mind, and I think she would do well in this position as well.
I don't have a preference.
I would just like to, let's see, because there are 2 candidates here for Los Altos. And I think what we need really is just 1, because at this time, I believe Sunnyvale is not being represented. If we are going to do 4, let's do 4, but we cannot choose, in my opinion, 2 in one district.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. That's a good point, Trustee Buak. So are we?
So my thing then,
Slate is 1,
Mr.
2, 3, 4.
President, is Isabel, Jody, Carol Presunca, and there are 2, of course, from Los Altos. And which one was it that you prefer, Trustee
Vaishali,
Hawk?
Yeah, Vishali, yeah.
Vashali? Okay. Then I'm
Alright.
all for it.
Right. So, yeah, that sounds like a good slate. Is there a motion to accept these 4 candidates as Trustee Boak described?
I move for acceptance.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstains? Nothing. And so the 4 candidates have been approved unanimously. Yeah, you have the list.
Yes, we have that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Item 2 is Board Policy 1431 waivers. Dr. Fuentes.
Yes, thank you. This board policy 1431 regarding waivers is simply updating language for a new law, SB 114, which is really relegating school board education and the waivers that can be sent to them specifically for charter schools. We don't have any charter schools in Berryessa, but we add this language in the event that we were to have a charter school in the future. It prohibits charter schools from sending in waiver requests for TK and kindergarten requirements in terms of the funding that they receive from the state.
Any questions on the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve Board Policy 1431 waivers.
All right, Trustee Hawk seconds. Is it none other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Next item is Board Bylaw 9321, closed session. Dr. Fuentes.
It is recommended the board approve this for first reading. Again, this is just updated language that CSBA is recommending based on a recent court ruling, Fowler versus City of Lafayette, which just clarifies regarding closed session litigation items and when they can be brought forward in open session.
I move to review and approve the board bylaw.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Next item is Board Exhibit 9321E, Section 1, closed session. Dr. Fuentes.
For this item, as well as the next item, this is again just providing clarity language that CSBA recommends in relation to the court ruling that is being mentioned in the board bylaw itself.
All right, if there are no other questions, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
I move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Trustee Jimenez. All right. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And so was that a motion for just the one or the both?
Just the one, so you'll
Just
have
one,
to do
right.
the second one.
So the board exhibit, next item is the board exhibit 9321E, section 2 for closed session. I understand it's a similar
Mhm.
description for that. Is there a motion for this item also?
I move to approve.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much. Next item under business services.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite Kevin Franklin, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, to provide a presentation regarding our fiscal year 2023-2024 report. It is recommended that the board approve the second interim report and the district's positive certification of fiscal solvency.
All right, good evening. So as Dr. Fuentes mentioned, I'm here to present the district's second interim report. Very similar to the first interim that we presented a couple of months ago. So there's a few changes. As you can see from this chart, or from this graph, the governor's budget proposal came out in January. So we incorporated those changes, which some of them were pretty significant, into our second interim report. And so I'll mention some of the important highlights of the governor's budget as we go along as well. There's only a few things that impacted the district, but they impacted us pretty significantly. So this chart looks similar to the one that was presented the last time at the first interim, but we've made some slight adjustments. So we've adjusted both the enrollment and the ADA to account for some of those extra TK students we were getting, but we've also adjusted our ADA in the current year and moving forward, which also impacts our revenue. And so the main reason for that is because even though our funded ADA is based on a 3-year prior year average, our ADA has been not as high as it was pre-pandemic. The percentage is not as high. So we were typically close to 97% attendance before the pandemic, but coming out of the pandemic and then the current year, we're sitting at around 95%. So while that's lower than where we were at a few years ago, it's still actually higher than the statewide average. So it's very good. However, It's just not where it used to be. So we can't keep using a 96 or 97% ADA percentage rate for our revenue projections. So we've incorporated that into the current year and multi-year and adjusted the revenues accordingly so that we're a little bit more conservative until we can start to get those ADA percentages up. And so one of the things that I'll mention is that the governor did have some ADA proposals in his January budget. Those are just proposals. They're not, they haven't been agreed upon, but a couple of those things are for attendance recovery. So he's looking at kind of incorporating some of the short-term independent study flexibilities that were kind of allowed during the pandemic and incorporating that into a new independent study program. It's not called independent. It wouldn't be called independent study anymore, at least not short term. And it would have different requirements for the number of days and when the signatures with the parents have to be gotten for attendance recovery. And so it does give some flexibility in recovering some attendance. The other major thing that the governor's proposing is attendance recovery beyond Saturday school. So typically districts were able to offer Saturday school as long as you provided a curriculum under a certificated teacher and you did it for a minimum of 4 hours on a Saturday, you could recover days of attendance in that fashion. We have not run a Saturday school program here, as I'm aware, in the past 10 or 20 years. So there has not been attendance recovery, but what the governor's proposing is that attendance recovery be allowed any day of the week within 15-minute increments, as long as it's before or after school, under the guidance of a certificated staff member. And then within some of the same classroom ratios. So essentially, if teachers worked with some of our students that had absences either before school or after school in at least 15-minute increments and document that time, we can recover attendance that way, to recover attendance for any absences, both excused or unexcused. So that's something that we'll definitely look into if that does get into the governor's budget in June, and see how we can utilize those new flexibilities to increase our attendance. So next, this is an update of our projected enrollment and projected ADA. So as you can see, we adjusted the ADA slightly. The enrollment's roughly the same from the first interim, but the ADA does have that decrease that I mentioned. The other thing to take note of there is the COLA for 24-25 and for 25-26. So 2024-25 at first interim, the COLA was around 3.7%. So now you can see it's about 0.76%. So it's dropped at over 3% since the governor's budget last summer. So that's a significant increase or decrease to the revenues for our district for next year. So when we first came up with the district stabilization plan and presented that along with the first interim, that just accounted for the amount of reductions that needed to be made with that cost of living adjustment being 3.75%. And so we've had to identify additional reductions moving forward to incorporate into the multi-year projection to meet that minimum. So there's still about $6 million in reductions over the next 2 years, but that decrease in COLA for next year has a significant impact on our district. The other item to note is the 25-26 COLA. That COLA was about 0.5% higher, is around 3.25% for that year, and it's now down to 2.73%. So across our multi-year projection, the revenues took a significant hit just in that reduction of COLA. So we don't know if that will be the actual COLA. We don't think it'll be less than 0.76%, but it's for sure not going to be anywhere near that 3% or even over 1%. There's only one more data point left for the calculation of the COLA. And so at that point, it's just going to be, how is the governor going to address some of the budget, some of the revenue shortfalls that the state is experiencing? They're lower than their projections by close to $60 billion. And so the governor's had to come up with creative ways to help mitigate that impact to schools. So currently, he's still proposing to fund that 0.76% COLA, but that's not guaranteed. So if that COLA goes up for next year, there's no guarantee that the governor will propose fully funding the COLA. So right now, this is what our multi-year budget is based upon, and so it incorporates that 0.76%. So this is what our revenues look like, and what those changes are from the first interim. Overall, the total revenues changed by about 1.2 million. And then you can see specifically by each line some of the changes that were made. And so, on the LCFF line, most of those changes were for some of that ADA. So while our ADA went down, we still had an increase because we moved some of our local revenue that was being recognized. Some of our special ed revenue that was being recognized as local revenue was moved into our that LCFF line. It should have been there originally, and so now we've put it in its right spot. So that's why you can see down below, you can see about a $436,000 decrease, and it's mostly because of that special ed revenue. Federal revenue went up a little bit. That's because we had more Title I expenditures than we had projected. And so the way the federal programs work are you basically have to spend the cash to get the cash. So you have to get your cash into the zero or negative to start to get that. So we had more expenditures, so we're recognizing more revenue to offset that. And then transfers in, there's a $704,000 change from first interim. And basically a lot of that change was from the stabilization plan and moving some of the QZAB costs. So the QZAB loan of about $500,000, we moved that payment into another fund, into Fund 40, frees up some of the redevelopment dollars that could be used for restricted maintenance. And so we moved some of those dollars in to help cover some of our restricted maintenance costs. On the expenditure side, you can see that we have a significantly higher expenditure dollar amount than our revenues, $103 million in expenditures. We just had some slight changes from first interim. So we had some increases in substitute costs. So our sub costs are coming in a little higher than we had projected, and that's just from a lot of the subs being filled this year. We have a higher fill rate. We had a decrease in our classified salaries due to some unfilled positions. And then we had a slight increase in our employee health benefits from open enrollment. And then you can see some of those Title I expenditures that I mentioned that go along with that corresponding revenue on the previous slide. Okay. This is our multi-year projection. And again, I want to remind everybody that this includes the budget reductions as proposed by the Stabilization Committee and that were included in the stabilization plan. So that's why you can see a significant decrease in expenditures between this current year and the next 2 years. Those expenditure decreases are in the multi-year projection, along with the recognition that we are coming to the end of a lot of the one-time dollars that we had. So a lot of this deficit spending that's shown in here is on the restricted side of the budget and not on the unrestricted side. So you can see that right here, that there's a $2.2 million deficit spend in the current year as we kind of put forward our stabilization plan. And we only have about a $344,000 projected deficit spend next year in the unrestricted general fund, as long as we implement the reductions as proposed. And then you can see the following year, we're no longer in the red, we're in the black, and to the tune of about $818,000. And so with that, we do, when you include Fund 17, we do meet our 3% reserve requirement as required by the state to certify positive. So our next steps are we're going to certify positive and submit our multi-year projection to the County Office of Ed. And we will have another budget stabilization committee meeting. And that's because the committee had asked for an update after the governor's budget and after our second interim to kind of see what the impact is of the reductions that they proposed and how those are being implemented. So we'll get that scheduled in the next few weeks. We'll probably do it virtually so we can have bigger participation. And then we wait for the May revised budget to see where we're at with our COLA and with some of the governor's proposals and where he's at with negotiations with the legislature on some of those new ideas and reductions that the state needs to make. And then we are in the process of starting our 24-25 budget development in conjunction with the new LCAP for next year. Any questions?
Any questions from the board on this?
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
had a question.
Sure.
Sorry. Before you could step away, I had a quick question. Just out of curiosity on the, what is it called? The attendance, the ADA part of the equation. So, Dr. Fuentes, also, do we have any kind of data as to why the students are unable to make it to school? Is it due to, lack of transportation or any other reasons? Is it health reasons? I'm just trying to understand, do we have any kind of data or any reasoning?
Well, I think we have data when parents call in, they have an excused absence. We have that information that we document in the system. We also have unexcused absences. And the thing is, one thing with our parents, even excused absences count towards this. And I think lots of times our families feel that an excused absence is, it doesn't impact us in any way, but it's also included the same way as an unexcused absent is accounted for. So that's an education piece we want to continue to share with our families. The other part too is, we've been monitoring our chronic absenteeism rates. That's a smaller pocket of students that we're reviewing. What are the causes around that? Over the past few years, COVID was still a significant impact for our families. We're seeing that less now this year as the regulations have adjusted around COVID. But that's still in the data too.
Right. So one of the things is, due to COVID and what has happened afterwards is, the many families are having to work two jobs, right? Parents or single mom or whatever the case may be. And there's no way for the kid to come to school, right? We don't offer those bus services or anything like that. So I was trying to think, if we are able to get that kind of data, say that, this is the cause and effect. This is the policies that the state puts forward or the federal government puts forward causes our families hardship, which in turn affects our students' ability to come to school. Maybe they do want to come to school, they're unable to come to school, and we don't have any other means of providing them transportation to come to school, might be affecting our bottom line also, which is something I think school districts, boards should speak up and try to look at. I'm just curious. May not be the case, but might very well be the case in many of these instances, and we should think about out of the box kind of a thing.
And the other thing that we examine too is where do those absences occur most, at what grade levels? Oftentimes we find it's our little ones. It's our little ones that have the increased absences. So again, it's encouraging our families to send them to school, encourage them to be there, establish that routine early on. And then we also look at our middle schoolers too. We know that our middle schoolers have been impacted significantly, especially through the pandemic, and a lot of social emotional issues too that our children face that impact them from coming to school every day too.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, pointing out some of the younger children. I mentioned that, we've seen that increase in TK. So as we have more of the TK and kinder students, those also tend to be the students who are new to school, get sick more often. And so they truly do have a lower attendance percentage. And then that kind of impacts the district. We've had more TK than ever. We have double what we had projected. And so I think that that's part of what's reflected in those numbers as well. And then, like you mentioned too, with COVID, even though the restrictions have changed, I think the mindset of some of our families have not, and they their students home, especially if there's a confusion that they think that an excused absence will still generate ADA for the district. But that's still just surprisingly, no matter how much we talk about it, it's still out there that it's a surprise that we don't get ADA for an excused absence.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Dr. Fuentes. All right. There was I. All right. Next item number 2 under business services, Berryessa Home to School Transportation Plan for fiscal years 24, 25, 25, 26, and 26, 27. Dr. Fuentes.
It is recommended the board approve the Berryessa Home to School Transportation Plan for the said fiscal years. This is an annual plan that we provide, just showing our expenditures for transportation.
Perfect. Any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
I move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And under item C, number 1 is board policy 5131.2, bullying. Dr. Fuentes.
It is recommended the board review and approve Board Policy 5131.2, bullying, for a first reading. And so this incorporates new language based on a new law, AB 1078, which discusses, we've from previous policies, we've discussed the additions of discrimination, harassment, intimidation, and bullying to be included in all of our policies and statements. This new law reminds governing boards that in enacting policies and any procedures, you should have this language incorporated accordingly.
Okay. Sounds good. Any questions? If not, is there a motion on this item?
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Next item is board policy 5116.2, involuntary student transfers. Dr. Fuentes.
Thank you. It is recommended the board review and approve Board Policy 5116.2 regarding involuntary student transfers for a first reading. This has to do with students being transferred involuntarily from school to school within the district. And there is new language from CSBA that states that this is done in a non-discriminatory manner. So again, just being consistent with the required applications of all of our policies for non-discrimination.
Are there any questions from the board on this item?
Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? I had a question before a vote. So was there, I mean, what specific non-discriminatory item manner are they talking about? I mean,
It's general. It's very general.
it's not based on any one characteristic?
No.
It's nothing. Oh, I see. Okay.
It's very open-ended.
Just a open-ended thing. All right. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. There are no other questions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Next item is board policy 6170.1, transitional kindergarten. Dr. Fuentes.
Thank you. As you know, with TK, there's been increased legislation around expansion of TK and new policies in terms of the implementation process for that TK expansion. So this board policy is just, again, incorporating all of that new language. So it is recommended that the board review and approve this policy 6170.1 regarding transitional kindergarten for a first reading.
Are there any questions or is there a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Like it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right. Next item under D, bond program. Item number 1 is Measure U implementation plan, bond revision list number 5. Dr. Fuentes.
It is recommended the board approve the Measure U implementation plan, bond list revision number 5. You have a copy of that plan in front of you. And there was is there one adjustment?
Yes, there's one adjustment. And it's on page 14.
The last page. This is the adjustment correction, right?
Correct.
So it's where we actually added the QZAB loan to the bottom.
Bond contingency. I see. Mr. Kanastab, is there a summary you want us to provide? Want to
Sure.
provide to-
This one's actually pretty easy compared to the last one. Most of the money we were able to come up with savings are from the public address system. When we initially budgeted for the public address system, we weren't sure if we were going to go with a old analog system or a newer system that we can use through the network. So since then, we've actually been able to use a system that we can use some of the network cabling, which will allow us to actually save about $2.8 million.
Nice.
And again, that's shown in each of the schools. That's the savings for each one of those.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah. Great. Perfect. Is there a second? Oh, great. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Caniston. Next item is CNS Flooring Systems Flooring Systems Inc. Change order number 1 for the installation of new flooring at the Ritter Park District Office. Dr. Fuentes.
It is recommended the board approve change order number 1 for C&S Flooring System, Inc. for the installation of new flooring at the Ritter Park District Office on bid B08 2022-23. This particular change order is a credit back to the district for $4,961.
Great. We'll take that. Any questions? Is there a motion?
I move to approve.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Next item is Fremont Millwork Company, Inc. Change order number 1 for the installation of casework at the Ritter Park District Office.
It is recommended the board approve change order number 1 for Fremont Millwork Company, Inc. for the installation of casework at the Ritter Park District Office. This is also a credit back to the district, a little bit smaller one, but a credit nonetheless for $453.
Take it.
I
No.
move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right. Okay. All right, we'll now reconvene to closed session at this time. Thank you. All right, we'll reconvene to open session. Regarding closed session item B, student discipline or other confidential student matters. For the first case, the board considered the expulsion. The board considered the expulsion for student matter number 716-28833 in closed session, and we have discussed the recommendation for expulsion. The board will now take a vote to approve or deny the expulsion. Is there a motion in favor of expulsion for student number 716-28833?
I'll move to accept the recommendation for expulsion for said student.
Is there a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. The motion carries 4-1. Thank you. And where did this go? And purely through oversight, I forgot to call for a vote for item under section 15, item B1. I apologize to my board colleagues. I forgot to call for a vote on the second interim report for fiscal year 23-24 certification of fiscal solvency. Is there a motion to adopt?
I'll move to adopt the second interim report and have a positive certification for fiscal solvency.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays or opposed? Seeing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you for your patience. All right. Do you have any requests for staff follow-ups or items for future agendas? All right. Seeing none, I'll request a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The meeting has been adjourned at 9:51 p.m. Thank you all for being here.